Um, I was looking for people to learn Thai. There's not many of us left. So, you want me to teach some? What? You knew K before? Don't worry, I'll teach you from the beginning. I may not be that good on this game, but I've been playing Rikka for a while. I think I could go over everything. I know there was a rumor around that it requires a lot of jerking off to get into this end board, which is extremely not true. This deck is easy. So I'll try my best to not overcomplicate things and go slowly. There's a lot of people that misunderstand the deck that it's like extremely hard, non-linear, or anything, but in reality, plan is extremely easy and fun to learn and play in ladder. So please be a good boy and listen through everything. I'll teach you from the decklist, each card, and combo line between each build. I have made some slides. I will link in below. Slide there was a writing, individual, and combo at the end. So for people that don't know about this, Rikka is a combo deck that formed by combining multiple plant archetypes such as Rikka, Sun Auron, Aroma, Reka, or Therion. The main strength of this deck is the fact that they can overlap the combo between each archetype and then build a board that almost unbreakable and can play through soft hand trap efficiently. We also can add floodgate to our inboard as well, such as fruit whip or cactus. However, this come up at the end cost of board limitation. This deck decided to all in on turn 1 or turn 2. So if this deck in a position of grind game, it's gonna be really hard to recover it. But in fast pace of this game, turn 3 don't usually exist anyways. So the combo turn 1 is what's really important. But first, before going into it, this guide will cover like couple of deck lists. So I'm gonna be comparing each deck list and each build. To make it simple, I'm just gonna compare with pipe bomb. So basically there was pure Rikka build, 40 hard build, and 60 hard build. And 50 hard is like in the middle between 40 and 50. Also there was couple of meme decks with plan that I probably wouldn't cover it. So basically, let's say plan deck is like a pipe bomb, right? So if you make pipe bomb, you're gonna make it easily and simple. You're gonna use gunpowder, which is not explosive enough. Which gunpowder you could just grab it from grocery store. Just like pure Rikka. You don't actually have to learn the combo that much. You could just like grab it and kinda play it. But the problem is if you're going second, you basically don't have a thing to break that board and you are lack of consistency. But if I would play it, I would play it with Plant Engine, which search Rikka hard and could act as a bait to eat opponent hand trap to set up an end board, or even going second to bridge into another engine. This would be harder to play because you have to learn the combo and everything, but it's rewarding and could make your plan playable in rather. Just like a pipe bomb. If you make basically using gunpowder, it's just like children making the explosive is not enough to destroy anything. So better just use aluminum powder. For aluminum powder on its own, it might not do a lot of things, just like Rikka on its own, but if aluminum powder mixed with another chemical, the explosive gonna be massive. It might be harder to make it, just like Rikka with like bunch of pan height. It's probably gonna be harder to learn, but the outcome is very rewarding and better than the easy part. As in the slide earlier, I have compared between pure Rikka and pan pipe using pipe bomb materials as an example. Now we're gonna go into what each build look like and what is good for. Basically, as I said earlier, midrange is like gunpowder. Basically, that's Duel on its own. It might not be that good, but it's easy and simple. And then there was a build with another plant engine, which basically is better, just like aluminum powder. If mixed with another chemical, it can be very explosive. Difference might not be like world changing that much, but it's definitely way better. If turned from a deck that completely couldn't do anything into the deck that's functional and could put it like tier 3 or tier 4. For 40 card, it offer more non-engine space like hand trap or board breaker sometimes, while maintaining this power of the engine. However, of a big range thingy, but then there's 50 card which focus more on the engine because you include aroma as well. It's like between 40 and 60 that you kind of want to draw an important card as well as you want that engine power. And then there's 60 card. 60 card is more of a engine power. However, in some meta that board breaker are better. I would say 60 card is better than 50 or 40. Also, 40 card have a better chance in drawing card like Evil Seed or Clammed One in every hand. But for 60, in trade-off, you kinda gonna draw less dead card. Although somehow 50 card could get away with people play card that is kinda like, have you ever questioned, can you hang yourself in less than 60 seconds? By thinking about that, it's probably gonna be like, oh yeah, that's a question that kinda something, but if you really think about it, it's so dumb. Just like putting out, for example, it sounds like a very good card, but if you actually put a little bit of your thought in it, the card is so bad. That's like a question that like, if you can hang yourself in less than 60 seconds, it's gonna be like, you probably gonna think it's a bad idea if you just put a little bit of thought in it. For the engine, this is basically the overall viewing of the engine. You basically could cut anything that's not Rikka and Rikka. First engine Sun Avalon. The main role of this engine is to spam up to 4 monsters to link into another engine. One of the advantages of this engine is that it doesn't mold your main deck into pan. However, sewing does lock your extra deck from special summon non-pan monster. Also, another thing is that every Sun Avalon monster, aside from Queen, is soft one. That means you could just like re-summon Dryas in extra deck with Lokai again if your first Dryas got in Pearl. That is why Sun Avalon is so good playing through interruption. X Aroma Engine. I will be saying into 2 parts. The Aroma Engine with Rosarina, L'Oreal, Rosemary, Blend, Humid Mint, and Magnolia, and Jasmine. Jasmine is like a bridge to another engine. The first effect is if you trigger with heal, you can search again. And then the other effect is you could tribute any monster this card point to. Even a face down or ash blossom or whatever that's not planned, it will work. Then you can special summon any plant monster from your deck. Then for aroma package engine that you could play with or without, basically there's rosemary that currently 3 to full combo, and magnolia that could help you go for a game easier or remove back roll. Both of rosemary and magnolia had an effect to banish any card on the field, both target and non-target, which helps a lot to deal with bodies or hard on the field that we couldn't clear. If for like that agent, this engine is insane that you could special summon if you see it from your hand, or you could special summon from the deck, which if you link into 3 pan using Beetle, you could special summon any level 4 or lower plant or insect, or reptile monster from your graveyard, which most of the time will be Lord Fire. Also, you need extra body you could bridge into evil seed that will provide you some extra body, or you could shuffle harden you need to be in your deck back from your hand. Evil seed is the best starter and best extender in the deck, so you absolutely want to play evil seed at 3. Our Rikka engine basically is very strong and help us a lot on inboard. However, the problem is its lack of consistency, so you have to search Rikka hard with other plant monster. Also, it's very good breaking the board sometimes, and if you start with petal, you could search con and then set sheet pass with going into Budan early to play around Maxi. For Therion engine, if you run it, Lily will be best extender in the deck. Aside from Evil Seed in 50 heart, it could provide a Omnigate which solve a problem of we running into evenly match that we lose a lot to. And sometimes if we open Lily, we could play around hand trap like Ash or
voice.
Nip. And sometimes the field spell is kinda handy. Now let's go into pro and cons of each starter. For normal summon Lokai, this card is a full combo and it's play around draw. However, it is normal summon. When you want to start with Lokai, most of the time, you will summon off die or raw. And also another thing is you can negate your Dryas. Basically, you need extender to go on. Even you got a free body from it. But however, if they ask your sewing, it will be a big deal because sewing is not solved once per turn like Dryas that you could just bring it back with load fire. Most of the time, if your Dryas doesn't negate, you will go to Jasmine, tribute another monster, summon load fire on far right or far left, tribute Jasmine, and then summon low high again. And another con of starting from low high is that you need extra monster zone, which could be a problem in some situation. If you summon this with die or raw, you save and normal summon. If you open die or raw, past any one card starter, you can play around Ash Blossom, Nibiru, and Imperm. Most of the time, if you have climb or hard like sewing, you could potentially play around it, but they have to negate your Dryas if you're gonna use another sewing. Also, if they have Imperm and you start from Dryas, they're gonna negate your Dryas immediately, obviously. So that means most of the time, if they got hand trap, your Lokai wouldn't even be a real line, it would be like a bed. Then you could just like combo with extender or whatever if they negate your Dryas, and then you basically just recommend it with Lokai because Dryas is once per turn. Then you just try your best to make a full combo. And some people starting with raw, you basically always want to summon Lokai in the middle zone. In some case, you have to pass like that. That Lokai could act like a protection. Is it in the middle zone? Because if opponent take over one extra monster zone, you still have another one to summon. And having a body to point arrow to is good, such as Sylvan Manipulate level or Jasmine Tribute. So beware of the ruling. You cannot declare Lokai twice with die, with raw. So if you play in real life, you could just lie, I guess, but in Master Duel, beware of that. Also, something because raw is a quick effect, and die doesn't check that you have monster in the field, so basically you could just chain one die, chain two raw to summon two Lokai from your deck. As I said earlier, normal summon Lokai isn't a good thing, but from raw or die is a good thing. For EVC, this is the best starter and best extender. You absolutely want to play at 3. If EVC can negate and you have any other card on the field, even the Nibiru token, you can handle full combo. And if you do one card, EVC combo, you can revive any level for all over pan monster from your graveyard, such as Petal and Low Fire. Also, sometimes you have to beware that you cannot spell summon Beetle if you are under padlock, but it's still full combo. You could just link climb into Rosemary. And also, you can run Shifter. Some people run Shifter because like some card like Beetle could shuffle a banished card back to the deck, which means you gain extra bodies. Also, some tip with this is you could just like discard on play like Petal to the graveyard to special summon itself and then revive it later for more combo. For this mind map, I will basically just gonna go over on 50 card combo part. For Petal, this card is a start for me and you got Maxi. You could just search Mudan. A concept sheet pass. For con, if you have to play 2 Petal for it to make actually almost full combo. Because if you full combo with this thing, you lose Rikka, see? If plan lock you really quickly. And another tip is if you could get, let's say you use die and then you could normal summon Petal on the far right corner or far left, you could basically search princess and protect you from one hand trap, which is a good thing. Serena, this is one of the worst one hard combo. Basically, it's one artful combo, but it's early plan lock, die to any hand trap, require to have Rory of the deck, and have to use Jasmine early. So most of the time, what I will do is basically I will use any other starter first, and then keep Rosalina in hand. Instead, I now want someone, jump with Evil Seed, and my Evil Seed get negated. I could now summon Rosalina and link L'Oreal with Evil Seed into Jasmine for search, and then I got a extra target for 3 build. If somehow you can get 2 bodies on the field and Rosalia on your hand, you could link it to Jasmine and then target Jasmine with Rosalina to gain heal, search success and go for full combo. Next card, Lone Fire. This card is so bad into Ash because you're gonna lose the bodies on the field, which you could further do something else. Most of the time, if you see it will be the thing that summon off Lone Fire. If I open Evil Seed at Lone Fire, what I will do is I will dump Lone Fire with Evil Field, and then I could resummon it with Beetle Link Effect and be sent to graveyard. The special summon it back and then can reuse Lone Fire because the take is false once per turn. That means I could summon Petal. And now for each engine that I have said earlier on, this part is just for new player to not like overcomplicate things and understand better. So you can build this into a small sum of each engine, and the goal for going first is basically search or get access to 3 Rikka cards, Rikka Princess, Rikka Snowdrop, and Woodan. Also, there was some other things that I will get it will be nice, such as Bloom in the back row, or Humid Wind, or Petal in graveyard, or Lord Fire in graveyard. That would be nice if you have it, but it's not like absolutely necessary. Or you could search on Duel or something, just like Rose Whip or Lily into Dion King, the 4 extra piece in end board. Basically, you want to get Princess to manipulate level into Serena or add as a monster negate in graveyard or your hand. Then you want to search Snowdrop for summon another body on the field and manipulate the level into 4 or 8 and search Mudan to get access to Rikka Con to fetch sheet or get clam going second sometimes. And another thing is the way to trigger Jasmine search effect by healing. So first is the common one, and our healer target dry off or Mila for heal. Then secondly, aroma humid wind. Third, romage healing effect by sending Royal to graveyard. You triggered heal 5%. Fourth, dry off crash or flowing activation, and then dry off heal back. Fifth, Rosemary Tribute Effect and banish 1 card. After you banish, you will gain 1000 life point. And the last way, Rosarina Effect from hand target 1 Aromash Voucher, heal half life point. This one will be an example of using Dry Off Crash to trigger Jasmine Heal Effect. This video is from my rank video. I have it in my channel. Quality is kinda low because this one is uploaded to Canva slide. Again, I'll link this slide below. And this is basically how I trigger Jasmine Heal to play around one in hand trap. Start off by using roll and die, trying to get opponent play as much as possible, and the real play here will be petal. Now they use dash. Petal search Mulan. Using Mulan here, they have to back out to negate Mulan, or else I will get my con. For this time display, then they use search on my draw one. Now they have used the negate. So basically it's a mystery card. If I use Jasmine Tribute over here and it's impermanent, it's over. So what I could do is link to Dryas, go into battle, hit. Now I can trigger heal with an extra body. I can search one card. If they're imperm over here, I could just go spread into another Jasmine and they tribute Dryas over here to do a combo. But they choose to let my search go, and now they use the imperm, which means I could just link into Rosemary and perform my full combo. This is the power of Dryas Crash. It's to trigger Jasmine Heal. It sounds impossible, but sometimes it happens, and when it happens, you win a game for it. Which is one thing to know about this thing. Over here, I got planning graveyard, which means I could just someone Magnolia if I don't hit anything, and then after someone battle yard British. Opponent Blue Eyes, and then Siwan make into Strena, grab L'Oreal, and then delete to Bank Lancer also work. Because my life is higher, L'Oreal can jump. But unfortunately, I hit a card, which it area feed is huge. I could just keep comboing way harder. Yeah, that's it. Humble using Dryas Crash to trigger Jasmine Hill. Now let's move on to each card from the deck. If you're playing Sun of Alot engine, you should play Rokkai at 2. The Rokkai is technically a one card full combo, but it comes with downside. Since it's a normal monster, it requires normal summon to summon itself, which isn't that good. When we have a lot of strong cards to use as a normal summon, what makes Rokkai good is that it can be special summon for free out of die or rocks, which could save our normal summon and let us go full combo without it. Then you could keep the normal summon for like extender and everything else, which means since Rokkai is technically one card full combo, while doing the combo, they're gonna use hand trap on it. Just because of that, it's guaranteed that they will use hand trap on us, and it will open opportunity for us to use another card as a real combo. From Rokkai at 2 is better than 3 because you technically have raw and die, which is the main way to bring Rokkai out than normal summon it. Also, another problem is that if you draw a die and Rokkai, even if you use die and then lead to Dryas and they ash on our sewing, normal summon another Rokkai. But on the other hand, if you have card like Rosarina, Petal, or Evil Feet, that would change the way that you get handcraft completely. You could just use it as a way to combo. Also, sometimes having Rokkai in graveyard is kinda nice in the combo line. You could resummon it using Milas to link climb or to make an monster on the zone to later manipulate level with Siwan and exceed into Strena for further combo. There's many ways that you could combo using Rokkai as a starter since it provides 4 bodies. You could go for small combo with follow-up or the full combo all in or whatever you want. For doing this card allows you to special summon Rokkai from your graveyard as long as you have Bilas or Dryas on the field. It mainly used as a part of combo route, but however this card is just considered as a brick, it's not a true garnet. If you open Rokkai and Queen in hand, you still could combo. But it's better to not draw into twin. However, some people just cut twin completely from the deck because they don't need twin to combo. But if you run twin, it's better because you could trigger search earlier, you could open up some line, and the start of low high is give you 4 bodies. Or the second effect in graveyard, that if you have 2 of the same link clan monster, you could banish each card in the graveyard and another link monster on the field to special summon that card, which is the reason why you could play Jasmine at 2. Also, sometimes you will resummon the third Darius from graveyard using this effect if you already use one. Effect of Ring Climb, you see if you see under plan lock that you already have used the first Dryas and you see graveyard. You link low high into Dryas, search sowing, activate summon Treasure, Twin, and low high. And instead of linking Treasure and Dryas into Jasmine, as normally you do, but since you don't have any more Dryas in the extra deck, you could link Twin with Dryas into Jasmine. Use Twin effect to banish Thrasher on the field and resummon Dryas. Then you could just summon Healer of Low High and you can trigger Jasmine Heal. For slowing, you can search this card by linking Dryas with Low High. Deal 1000 damage to yourself, which trigger Dryas effect to special summon one link monster. And the sowing effect itself, it could special summon Queen if you have Dryas on the field. If you don't have Dryas on the field, it could special summon Low High from your deck. Drawing twins sometimes very good. I would say 8 out of 10 times it's become handy. Because if you have any hand monster that you can link to Dryas and you got sowing in your hand, could become full combo. Let's say for example, you start with Rosalina, you normal summon Rosalina, opponent in turn with Rosalina, you could just link it to Dryas and use sowing to do full combo. Also, this card said when activate, you can only use it once per turn. That means if the card is negated by Baron, you can search another copy and use it. Worst case scenario, if you draw sowing and you can search another sowing with low high into Dryas, you could just discard with blend. Some combo that I have searched to sowing in one turn just to discard it with Rosemary, so I don't have to discard another card in the hand, but that's come up very rare. And the Nick monster protection in graveyard is kind of useful sometimes. Opponent just cop your Rosemary or Jasmine and this card just protect it. And it's good for OTK too. I recommend to play this card at 2 because it's just useful in grinding. Sometimes if you can negate and then you just pass it like that and sometimes turn 3 happens. It's useful. As I said earlier, any hand monster that could link into Dryas with drawing sowing is a full combo, which help you play through interruption, and sometimes it's a blend this card. So just play that too. Next card, Dryas. Dryas can search Sunwine Sowing if you link off with low high. It can special summon Sunwine monster when you take damage. This means you can crash Dryas for extra body and trigger heal. Also, sowing graveyard will protect Dryas from being destroyed. It could help extend your combo because it's basically spamming bodies. And sometimes in Pierrita, you just link it to Dryas to send pedal to graveyard so it comes back next turn. So, Sunwise Healer, basically, if this card target Dryas from Vilas, you heal. And this effect is basically South one for her, which means you could resummon it and use it again. Mostly the purpose of this card is to trigger heal for Jasmine searches. Card Treasure. This card basically will get 800 attack for each link point that they target. Let's say Dryas is 1 link. Treasure will gain 800 attack and then Vilas is 3 link. So if you gain 2040 attack, this effect, if this card destroy your opponent monster, it will resummon it on the zone that link monster point to. However, you have to be aware of the plan lock. If you're under plan lock, you cannot resummon opponent monster. Sometimes you will go in battle play with Dryas and it crash into something. And then someone crashes to crash into opponent SP or IP just to deal with some interruption, which is good play sometimes. So the effect that gains attack. If because someone like at the end of damage step, it will trigger on the end of damage step, which means some card can only get it. This home lost is mandatory at 1 if you play 40, but if you play 50 or 60, it doesn't mandatory to play it, but I still recommend it over second sprinter. Milas is mainly used to revive Lokai to help Link climb into Bang the Lancer. This card could be targeted by healer or Thrasher for attack or heal. It is also useful in some Sunwide OTK line. If there was a draft on the field, you could target another Thrash monster listed Thrasher and then make Thrasher gain double attack. Although the effect that summon Lokai is not once per turn, which means you could just feed Milas back to extra deck with Skeleton Soldier and resummon it again to summon another Lokai and lead to healer to trigger Jasmine once again. But you could just use it to summon Lokai in the middle zone just to manipulate the level with Steward and make into friend. Which sometimes happen a lot. This card, Bangalancer. Why this card isn't a truly Sun Avalon card? It's self-focused as like a board. In peace, when you have extra body lead to this, even if the worst interruption on our end board, sometimes it could be extra body to tribute away because this card could be someone back. Keep in mind that each effect of this card you can only use once per turn. That means if you bounce, you cannot revive. If you revive, you cannot bounce supporting card. Or Sun Avala Link for the card effect requires you to build the monster underneath just to pop opponent card, which that monster will be Bang the Lancer. Also, it will search trap, which it is a brick. Even if negate the entire field, it's just a brick in your deck. Our encryption is enough anyways, so there's no point into running the trap. Even the boost damage, we already have Magnolia that does that work, and our extra deck is very tight. I will not recommend running this card. Also, the card on its own doesn't do anything. You have to have another card, which eat a lot of our resources. This card, if you see it, you must play it at free no matter what. You can play around so many hand felt with this card. And even that just it as a body on the field, just summon anything else. It doesn't even have to be plants and they link into skeleton just to climb into Magnolia and do full combo. So some tips, you don't have to always banish your Beetle. If you search it, you could just banish another monster and then use Beetle to spin it back to the deck and summon itself as a free extra body because you basically save Broom Revive for later on if you get interrupted. If hard Lana Rika Broom, you always play it at 1. But if you want to make this card become 1.5 card combo, you're gonna play it at 3. Because you have to run Butterfly to make it 1.5 card combo. On Ragnarok target, there was Beetle, Lizard, and Butterfly. Beetle is the best one, and then Butterfly and Lizard is better than Butterfly for going second, but most of the time, it's not good. For Beetle, you run on 1 copy if you're playing Ragnarok. With it helps link into a Skeleton Soldier and you can revive any level or lower plant, insect, or reptile. Also, this card can shuffle any banished card from your mana zone to your deck to special summon this card. This card could basically combo with USC to shuffle brick back into your deck. Also, if you trigger Twin early, you could just also shuffle Twin back to deck as special summon. Lizard and Butterfly are mainly included to make Doom a 1.5 card combo. Lizard is for breaking board due to the bounce effect, and Butterfly is going first because it could special summon monster from your hand. Also, it gives you draw 1 that could draw into a hand trap like Ash or Murphy, which is still good when you draw into one. But still, I would recommend only playing Bill. For this card, America handing that. Basically, only person I think it runs so far is Trino, which is the best 40 card hand player. This card will basically be searched by if you see it could call opponent card like there can be only one if they flip it. Also, I wouldn't even recommend this card because I think it's a brick, but some people play it. So just play it if you like it, or don't play it if you think it's a brick. That's like me. But only deal so far that I've seen is 40 card. For Skeleton Soldier, basically this card could revive any Ragnar Vega from your graveyard. What they will be if you see it, just to link him to Rosemary. Then when this card is in graveyard, it could bounce any card on the field that are planned, the prior or effect back to the deck or extra deck. As to summon this card, it could use to some like recycle jasmine or rosemary. Or sometimes you recycle Milas just to reborn Lokai and the link killer. Or you have to be careful when you bounce like Lokai or Milas because if there was trash or killer on the field, it will be destroyed. Also, sometimes you want to use that effect of reborning as late as possible just to play round hand trap. If you use early, let's say like you link into skeleton, using EVC that beetle, basically beetle to be triggered and reborn EVC or reborn any other pan. Let's say there was another pan. Let's say you reborn Lokai. You can just link into Rosemary Search, blend, and then summon Rosalina and Royal, then use skeleton to bounce Rosemary back to extra for follow-up and then link Lokai to dry off in extra muscle. Rosalina is one of the weakest starter in the deck, but it's still one card full combo. Normally, if you play in Pan Fight, you will run Rosalina at 2. This is one of the weakest starter because it forces you into plan lock early game. And if we can the line when you go into Rosemary, because normally this card will be someone of Rosemary, and then it will trigger to summon Royal from the deck in the line combo. Which means if you use this effect early, and then you go into Rosemary, it will only provide one bodies or search Rosalina to your hand. Which the effect from the hand, it can target one of aroma monster and heal half of the life point. This is very good in trigger Jasmine, boost attack for with Magnolia and combo so your life point. If it makes your life point higher, you can banish land from your graveyard to feature someone Magnolia. Also, another thing is you can use both effect in one turn, which means if you summon this card first and then you do whatever and it's going to graveyard, you could add it back to your hand with Strena and use it to trigger heal of Jasmine for another search. I recommend running aroma package in only 50 or 60 card, not 40 card. This apply for all the card except for Jasmine. This card, Aromash Royal. This card Mori will be used as a combo piece to be summoned with Rosalina and visualize points higher, you can activate Rory from your hand as special summon. This rarely come up as an extender, but it's come up. Also, you could add it back from graveyard, which means adding it back with Strena to use it as a link harm is also good. And then the effect that if this card is sent to graveyard, it will trigger heal. And that heal normally will be to trigger Jasmine searches. Quick note, if this card is being banished, it will not trigger heal. So under a rise or shifter, you have to be careful. Drawing Royal isn't that good, but you can shuffle it back with Beetle. By using EVC effect to banish it and then Beetle recycle, because Rosalina cannot special summon Royal from your hand, it must be from the deck. Next card, Angelica. Personally, I never use this card, so I'm just gonna reference from the basic card player LMT. He said, another way to gain life point can also be used as an extender. Angelica is otherwise a brick until the engine is already established. At which point it's no longer really needed. I don't recommend running Angelica, but if you like higher ceiling combo, you can play it. Next card, Aroma Blend. Blend is a spell that usually used to search off Rosalina. It's mostly used to activate Humid Bin for combo play. If this card is in the graveyard and your life point are higher, you can banish it along with another material to summon Magnolia Also, this card is 1.5 card starter as well. However, if your midrange is already on the field and you want to summon Magnolia, you have to find some way to make this card go into graveyard. One of the way is to use rule effect that search card at the discard one. This card have some problem is that you cannot search midrange from your graveyard or baggage. That means it have to be in your hand or from the deck, which is the downside. Not like midrange that can set the blue eyes trap for the graveyard. So if you knew, you have to be aware of that. It's not that good as others heard. So yeah. Some people that really like aroma or are on casual side, you could just say discard at 3, but it's recommended at 1 because it's searchable through rosemary. Next card here would be it can be activated by using aroma blend. This card had 2 effects. First effect, you can pay outside life fund and search any aroma with deck monster to your hand. Second effect is that if your life point is lower, you can heal 500. This effect come up a lot because it's quicker adjustment effect to search a card. However, you have to keep in mind that if your life point is higher, you cannot use this thing, and sometimes if you're new, you could mess up your entire combo just because you didn't focus on your opponent's life point. As far as Blessed Bean, this card normally will be searched by Sweet Major. People only play this in Cactus Spam version or Aroma Focus version. So basically, of the plan is you get Sweet Major and make your Cactus unchargeable. Then you search this card as another thing, which also can trigger heal to trigger Sweet Major for pop or Magnolia for gain attack. Then, if your Magnolia died, you could just re-summon it with Blessed Bean as well. Next, Aroma Healing. The effect in graveyard is kind of strong, but we don't have enough card to make it good. So just don't run it. It's just clearly a break-in deck. Dried Bean as well. It's a very strong interruption, but it requires specific setup. And that at that point, normal combo is just better. Also, the trap is a trap. It's a break. Next card, Jasmine. Jasmine is a heart of this deck. You could say that it's act as a glue between each plant engine and bridge around, with the effect that it can search any plant monster to your hand or tribute a card that this card points to summon another plant monster, which is insane. For the first effect, Battle Protection, this effect basically almost never come up. If your life point is higher and the plant monster is under your arrow, that monster cannot be destroyed by battle. It could use to protect your floodgate from being destroyed, such as Cactus or Rose Whip, which again is basically never come up unless you try to make it in the extra monster zone. For the tribute and summon plant from your deck, that is effect is crazy, and you can tribute any monster, even face down. And then you can summon any plant from the deck in defense. However, you can play around summoning in defense by summon Lone Fire. And if you summon Lone Fire and you want to summon Low High and clear it from monster zone, you could summon Lone Fire and Lone Fire tribute Jasmine. And now your extra monster zone is clear, which means you could just link into Dryas right away. This effect open up to every single combo part, from extender to setup by inbox piece. Now the search effect, the thing that broken is it's not hard once per turn, which means you could keep triggering heal just to search a card that you want, which our deck revolve around it. Also, most of the deck running at 2 copy is enough. If you play TCG, you have to run it at 3. Even if you play pure Rikka, I still recommend you play at least one of these cards. If you ask why we have to run it at 2 copy, not 3, because we can recycle Jasmine 2 times. Basically, we can trigger heal 4 times in 1 turn. And 4 times is enough. Then our deck is super tight in terms of extra deck. So running at 3 doesn't make sense at all. And we didn't have enough resources to trigger heal like 5 or 6 times. If you ask, can you trigger heal or trigger Jasmine more than 4 times a turn? Is it possible? Yes, it is very possible. but it does not warn it will research every day. Rosemary is an insane plant support that we get by turning link 3 into full combo and search any aroma heart from your main deck. This search can be used to grab extender such as L'Oreal, or you could access to full aroma engine by searching Glen. She can also tribute any card she points to, even face out on non-plant monster. Target any card on the field, banish it, then you gain 1000 life points. This gives plant a way to deal with back roll, which we usually struggle with. On top of that, that heal 1000 can use to trigger Jasmine or make Magnolia turn or hard on the field plus 1000 attack. Then if Rosemary gain life point, if you special summon up to 3 aroma monster to the zone she point to, which mostly the play use that she searches blend and then blends set humid rain and then you search Rosarina and summon Rosarina as summon L'Oreal out of effect of Rosarina, then you could just keep going with combo because you basically have heal from L'Oreal and stuff. Then Blender she first can fusion summon Magnolia. Next card Magnolia, she usually be very good in going second to OTK opponent from non-target bandage anything. Make your plant monster gain attack up to the healing that you get, which is very good to just hit face. For example, if you have Briars on the field, and let's say that's Mirror Jet, and then you can go into battle phase, use Dryas, crash into Mirror Jet. If you die, but then you can trigger to summon Sunlight Treasure or Healer and gain 3000 life points, which you could chain Magnolia to 3000 life points that you gained to turn off your plant monster 3000 attack war. Or you could just use the Rosenia effect from your hand or Rosemary banish and heal effect. Also, having Magnolia on your inboard is not that bad because if your life point is higher, your plant monster cannot be destroyed by card effect. This is a mandatory inboard piece during 10 by format. But since 10 by are gone, this card is very mandatory for inboard. Next card, Sweet Marjaw. I don't recommend it in normal Rikka build, but if you play Aroma, that bullfight is not worth it for me, but it's set extra protection, target protection, and a powerful card. For Tira Lily, this card is a 0 or 3. No in between, but that was one very good time to run it at 150 card, so maybe 1 is something, but for me 0 or 3. Lily is the best extender in the deck. She is super easy to access. Also can search through just Grimoire or even summon by Lord Fire. This card can be equipped by Trion Key and there is on Minicate. According to some players, they prefer to end on Lily, equip King instead of King equip Winnie to play around super polished without have to scare of losing both King and 3 beasts at once because Lily is wind. Also, if you end on Lily, you can maximize your 1 card combo as well. I summon Lily using Lord Fire, and then Lily can send your, let's say, minor like a boom to graveyard, and then search the field spell, and then you will be discard 3 on King. After that, at the end of the combo, Serena add Lily back from your graveyard, and then use Lily effect to special summon itself by equipping 3 on King for the immediate. When she uses it as extender, she can bring out 2 bodies, which means she can trigger Jasmine Tribute into full combo. For example, if you have Rose Whip and Lily in your hand, you can normal summon Rose Whip, Lily to grass, Lily equip Rose Whip, send Rose Whip to graveyard, search field spell search, Beyond King, then link both grass and Lily into Jasmine, and use Beyond King in your hand, target Billy, special summon itself on the arrow zone. Then Jasmine can tribute to summon low fire, and low fire can summon low high by tributing Jasmine. So you clear extra monsters off. And then sometimes, if this card you open with low high, you can play around Ash or Nibiru. For example, Someone low high, link grass, sowing. Lily, you keep grass and Lily send itself to graveyard, search, few spell, search key. And then someone king by you keep Lily. Then you just use sowing and do your normal combo. Now you have one omni-gate to protect your place. Next, Tiran Colosseum. If you play Tiran package, run it one. If you don't play Tiran package, don't run it. If you spell, basically let you search any Tiran card. And it provide battle protection. Also, if a card is destroyed by battle, you can grab one Tiran card from your graveyard to your hand. Each combo with your battle protection effect that you have to send one Tiran card from your deck to graveyard. So you can prevent one of your monsters to not be destroyed by battle. It is have battle protection. For example, if you have grass, you can use this spell, go into battle, grass crash, attack position monster or whatever. You crash attack position monster, your grass will be destroyed, but thanks to the Colosseum effect, you can send one Tiran card to graveyard to prevent it from being destroyed. And then since you take battle damage, your grass will trigger to summon one of your summon monster, which could be Thrasher, and that Thrasher could target Dryas to become 1006 attack and destroy your opponent monster, which means you could add one Tiran monster from the graveyard to your hand, and then you can play on main phase 2, which is play that could happen. Tiran King is a omni-gate that can be equipped by Lily if you want to avoid plan lock. Also, keep in mind, this is machine, so you have to summon it before plan lock. Keep in mind, since when you use Tiran King, it's trigger machine, which means you cannot use skeleton effect to reborn. You will see it, and it's cannot use skeleton effect to bounce. So keep that in mind. When you use King negate, you can just send Lily to graveyard to negate. If you're scared of callback, but if you're scared of drop it, that's send King to graveyard, which is what most people do. Basically, it just depends on situation. And then for the follow-up turn, you just search Lily, and then Lily just equip King in graveyard. Also, Lily just gonna get a cat as a beast stick to go for again. Next card, Impress. This card is kinda interesting as a board to push opponent board or something. I have considered it, but I have never played. So I'm just gonna reference from the best 60 card plan player again, RMT. No, Reptile Tiran is not yet considered as without the Rikka engine. It is simply a worse target to search off this Colosseum. Alasia can turn Warrior into 3 body, which is a critical number to provide full push through rigorous providing 2. Can also be enough for just win play, while being an inboard piece cost Rikka. However, Alasia is a very good consideration for Rikka. The main way to bring out Rikka starter is Petal. Also, having Petal in graveyard is kinda nice because Petal will come back every opponent in phase. If you run one Petal, it will not be a one card starter. She usually requires normal summon to be a starter, which is why she should be played 1 or 2 only. Running 2 is better on another way from starter, as in the grind game as well, that she could keep coming back and that you could just grab more and tribute for another Petal. With Concord on the field, it's just gonna be a removal for your opponent card, which could help you go for game. It's kinda good. Also apply as going first as well. Give you access to evil seed by using Glam. However, if you already want one Petal and you have that Petal in your hand, you cannot go into evil seed, which is kinda sad. I recommend playing at 2 unless you want to maximize the non-engine space. The good thing with starting with Petal is that you can search Mudan. You should get Maxi, and then Mudan tribute search concourse that she passed will be the least commitment into Maxi. Also, if you open unexpected die with Petal, you can use die to summon low high first, and then normal summon Petal search princess. And now you have one monster negate to protect your place. This card, Sub Princess. Basically, this card, it does a free level 4 special summon. It's good to make Strela or Sylvan target or Snowdrop target. Other effect is you can shuffle this card back from your hand or graveyard to the deck. Tribute one card and negate the monster effect. While doing that, you need to cast Rikka name on the field. Sometimes you will search this card early or send this card to graveyard early to avoid getting hit by some hand trap. I only play Princess of 1 because I want to maximize my not-in space. This card, Pimura, I highly not recommend playing this card unless you're playing Rikka. Pimura, this card alone doesn't do anything, and it was considered a break. The way to make this card become extended is by tributing another card, which mostly will be bring out by Grimoire. By tributing another card to search this card, will trigger yourself to special summon, and alongside you can search Princess to make Instrena right away. Again, it's just a break alone. It's either card other card, so I don't really recommend playing her. This card would done. This card is the best way to search Con. One tip to it is you don't have to use the tribute summon effect all the time. You could tribute like use the normal summon, and the effect will still trigger. Also, let's say you don't actually have to tribute summon over plant monster if you use the normal summon, even if token work. I don't recommend playing her more than one because she's very searchable. Unless you're playing Rikka or midrange build that you want to get access to Con a lot. On skill alone, she clearly doesn't do anything. She needs a body on the field to tribute someone over. This card, Snowdrop. She's a way to special summon a plant from your hand. Mostly will be a way to summon Wudan or Lone Fire from your hand to complete the end board. Or sometimes he could just target Princess on the field to make monster level 4 to go to Strena without going into Sylvan to manipulate the level. Or alternatively, you could just self-target and make all of your plant monster into level 8 and make the teardrop. But sometimes you have to beware if you make the high into level 8, you cannot link into Dryas. Also, Snowdrop has the same case as Mulan. You only run at one because on its own she doesn't do anything and you rather open as starter or not legit. For Teardrop, she's a good card as an end-board piece and as a card going second removal to break opponent board. It could bypass some card effect. However, this card could trigger some card that said if this card is tribute, blah blah blah. So you basically have to be aware of this. Main way to bring Teardrop out is by Snowdrop manipulate level to 8 or somewhat of Strainer. For Strainer, this card can be made by using a level 4 monster, not just plant. Keep that in mind, sometimes you normal summon Fualos and Princess that just exceeds into Strainer. This card can add any plant monster from your graveyard to your hand or Rikka card. That's some combo with Con. For example, if you use Con tribute effect first and then use the few spell, send Con to graveyard and then you use Strena, add Con back and activate Con. Now you can tribute opponent card as a Rikka horse again. If this card is tribute, you can special summon level 5 or higher plant exceeds from your extra deck. Most of the time will be Teardrop or 3 beats, depends on the situation. This card will be 100% summoned by Strena because we don't have the way to bring level 9 out to proper exceed it. The proper way to use is to hold Blade or Con until you have 3 beats on the field, and then you use Con or Blend, and then you can chain 3 beats to it and then equip the spell. So now you have spell negate. Also keep in mind the effect of equipping card to the exist can be chain block, so keep in mind about that. Also, you cannot use the negate to negate your card on your turn. Keyboard is the best cast spell. It can search any plant monster that had the same level as Rikka if you tribute the card. For example, you can tribute Grab Petal and now you can grab Seed, which is the full combo. Sometimes you use this card to clear extra monster zone or face down monster. You absolutely want this card in every single hand possible. Also, it's as a removal if you have Con on the field. Next card, Rikka Con. Con is the main end boss piece for Rikka. Its effect allow you to tribute as cost to tribute opponent monster, making it very hard to deal with. Also, if you have a monster on the field, this card can set one Rikka spell or Rikka trap, which may combo with Rikka petal that come back every turn. So removal. Also, some hit Rikka tribute opponent for cost effect is soft one per turn, which means you could just activate second copy or just add it back with straight up. However, this card considered as a brick because you need to have Rikka body or the seal or Mudan in your hand or rock in your hand to tribute body card. Super searchable through Mudan, so just play it at one unless you're playing Rikka focus list. Next card, Rikka sheet. It's a Rikka trap which can be set from Con or search by Mudan. Allow you to tribute one plant monster to take control of your opponent monster. And if you don't have a monster to tribute over, you can just activate effect without tribute. If you make your opponent activate effect, it's good into cards that need to activate in open game state, such as Mathmech. While this card considered as a brick in the deck, but it's often weren't running for really strong in board as Yabas played through Maxi by setting Con sheet pass. So still recommend playing at one. Next card, Roll Fire. This is a very open card that gives us access to any plant in the deck. We only play it at one because it's weak to Ash Blossom. And if we got Ash and use Roll Fire as a starter, we just lost one body, which is harder for us to link on. For the tribute effect, it could just tribute to clear extra monster zone for us to link it to Dryas to use the effect to such sewing. Also, it could bypass summon in defense by Jasmine by summon on fire, and then self tribute to summon in position. Having lone fire in graveyard is very useful because you could use it to add back with Strena or Beetle Reborn, and then just summon by using Snowdrop effect. Sometimes you gotta trigger lone fire to summon another target like 3 times per match. It's a very useful card for Sylvan. This card is only summoned in two situations. First, when you need to manipulate level, for example, you have pieces in graveyard, and there's a plant master discard point to, you want to manipulate the level to full by targeting creatures in graveyard, and then exit into Strenam. The second case is when you have no playlist. You can link into this with two bodies and gamble, hoping it hit low fire petal. Rosalina, if you feed Wudan or some card that will be worth in that situation, and it is not a bad idea if you're gonna lose anyway. Better just give a chance and go gambling. Keep in mind that the monster that beat someone by Sylvan cannot use as a link material. Next card, Roll Whip, is basically a brick, but however it requires in 10 pie meta or in 40 card build. Basically, it's increased power ceiling. Since we basically lose to Bar Breaker and we don't really have a lot of ways to deal with spells. Also, this card only allows opponent to activate one Pendula. This card doesn't just need Cactus is a brick overall. It's just an overkill on the end board. We don't really need it. And since Cactus require normal summon, so you basically have to run Jasmine for extra normal summon. But also Jasmine had an upside that she can let you draw two, one on your turn while your opponent turn. Still it's an overkill. I would only recommend Cactus if you play Yu-Gi-Oh on Roblox. It's kind of funny, like someone Cactus against 5 years old or something. That's for the purpose. This card, Bamboo Shoot, this card basically a floodgate for spell and trap, but it requires like major setup, which is crazy, and the setup is like 3 brick. Also include Bamboo Shoot, so it's just not worth running. Our inboard is basically FTK anyway, unless we got like crazy Nuturia support that we can run in the pipe, and then maybe I'm gonna consider running Bamboo Shoot. For Prime Roll or Die, you basically play that 3 because it's a way to bring out Lokai without normal summon. Also, Die gives you Lokai battle protection, so sometimes if your opponent throw a hand trap at you and you have to pass having Lokai on the field and hope it protect you from game, isn't really a bad idea. Also, the effect of raw graveyard to use as an interruption to banish your opponent normal summon monster. You have to have a setup for that. By having Magnolia on the field, and then you search Serena or your opponent, and Lokai on the field. Then you use Rosinel effect on your hand, heal, and then chain Magnolia to gain attack of Lokai will be 1300, which means if your opponent normal summon any monster with lower attack, you can banish draw from your graveyard and banish that monster on the field as an interruption. For low, this card is a 0 or 3. Most of the time it will search raw, which is a good starter because it saves your normal summon and bring you full combo. However, low just completely die to draw. It's good in some meta that doesn't have draw, and it's extremely good if you combo with drop that. However, draw just completely kill you. Instead of opening normal low high, you still end with something. For Bell and Ruby, this card is also deflect load. It depends on person. For me, I wouldn't even recommend playing it. Some people play it just for sake of grinding because Ruby is such a good interruption and it could come back every turn alongside with the dragon. However, it requires normal summon. For Rose Girl, it's a good card for this card. It will come back if used in Synchro Aroma. Normal Rikka build will not run them unless it's like full roam aroma build. For bring out this one is a meme card. It sounds like an extremely good idea as I said earlier. But it's just bad. It's funny when in resolve and deal with opponent Apollosan or play around in perm, but still not recommended. Now for the deck list. First list is from Untitled, another person that helped me make the guide. So he left a quote in Thai that I didn't translate it. He said, ผมชอบโรลคลิปและความเสถียรแบบมากๆและชอบตัวยืนออมนี้นิเกตและสามารถเล่นได้หลายเทิร์นที่ได้จึงมีหน้าตาประมาณนี้ So basically this list is very high consistency and he like roll sweep and he like Leon. But I see so many problems in this list. Basically, he choose to run Prim, which is a break and I recommend that. Cool on Fire is definitely wrong. He choose to run Butterfly but only run one bloom, which is quite an awkward situation because Butterfly turn bloom into 2.5 or 1.5 hard combo, which is kind of weird that you only run them at once. Same as Lily. He choose to run 3 on package but only run 2 Lily. For me, Lily is like 0 or 3. Running at 2 is so weird. So 2 Hon Con and 2 Moon Art is kind of awkward, but it's not that bad. You can do that if you really like it. I would run Hon Con and 1. This is my list for 50 cards. I usually like this list the most. However, this one during Brazil format, people tend to run evenly, which forces us to run 3 on Jin. You have to wait until those people stop running evenly and then come back to basically this list. This is like extremely consistent. And since the deck count is kind of low, you're gonna draw to maxi answer more. Draw to Duel if it's for me important during that format. If you want to draw more non-engine, you can cut one roll, cut roll sweep, cut one page hole, and you can cut a bit of hand trap and you don't need to draw specific hand trap that you need during that beta. And for the last choice, if you really want to have a non-engine space, cut one Zoe. I don't recommend to cut Zoe. It's horrible. Sewing for me is like a must too. This one is my 60 card build. This one is for Rising Format. During Master 1 Club, I changed one book to 3 talent instead. But everything else is the same. Basically, if you got maxi or anything that you have to stop playing during the first turn, you're crossing to the Roma Cannon. You can probably change it to something else. I'm pretty sure like my engine ratio for 60 is pretty good here. If you want it to be more consistent, just add 3 load. It's like basically recommend for new player here. This one is 40 card. This depends on player. Some people run hunting dance. Basically, lower the count, that means you draw into good hand gathering that meta more or draw into maxi answer more. But without Aroma engine, this one kinda struggle only second a bit if you have to use your engine power to break opponent board. Now for Rikka focus needs, just some mid-range. You just try to set small board and very struggle going second. Not recommend this list. Unless people look at Rikka and like, yeah, I don't wanna play pan pipe. I just want to play Rikka and play this one. Aside from it, I don't recommend this one. This one is a meme deck for basically Cactus Turbo with Magnolia Beatdown and Baby Bank Ellipsis on the field. Now let's move into combo part. I will be talking over a little bit and just show the combo. For the slide will be linked in description. Okay, let's start with the combo part. I'm gonna talk about midrange first because the combo is quite simple. With one part illicit, if you go into butterfly instead of blue and try to go into bigger engine as fast as possible because after that, this one is pretty much just mid-range. Over here in bar is Assassin Graveyard and the Lancer and Trena on the field. For the next combo on Hard Battle, you basically just end on with that. And now for random hand, as I showed before, this one is very short because you will pretty much gonna open another card alongside with the humble as well to support your bar and not engine. This one is a random hand. It's pretty much in on basically full bar because we got more the one card to combo it. As you can see, use the entire hand from previous seed and the start to down pedal, and then we just one pedal with pedal. And for now, the next random hand, basically we got blue. This will be one Aside room combo. As you can see, this deck is quite simple for the mid-range. Basically, you just work with your hat. This will be the last run of hand for the example. Now let's go into 40 hard, which I think will be kind of more complicated, and I probably gonna commentary more on it and be a recap. So for the first one smart low high. This combo basically originally found clearing up, which to banish win early and use Beetle to shuffle it back just to searching traps. So he doesn't have to grab blue, but since I don't run blue, this will be the combo that most likely it will be go for. Pretty standard normal combo low high linked added by full body to make adjustment, and then over here tribute and get low fire because we want low fire SCI just to rebound back with Beetle effect. Now the grab Beetle, links, and then trigger Beetle effect. Now also last is quite important in 40 card build because we will likely gonna summon healer and target it to trigger heal. So here now just collect the inboard pieces. If you have another spell, cash another spell instead of sewing. Now reclaim the Mind Lancer, and since you need a extra body to get into your fire, if you don't need extra body, you just have to rebuild. And yeah, this is pretty much just a average 40 card inboard. When you achieve this concord, you can tribute opponent card for horse. See, tribute 1, deal 1. That's why you want to left 1 for body as well. Instead, in graveyard, tribute, and then shuffle itself to the deck to get the monster effect. Spell and trap and monster negate. Tribute 1 card, bounce. Opponent can only use 1 spell per turn. fall one card in the seat. Basically, instead of going to Rose very early, you're just gonna trigger and try to go into dustbin. Provide body, summon Lord Fire, create some monster zone, get so high, big grass. Now just do pretty much standard combo. If it's in 60 card and you already use one of your Dryas in earlier combo, you want to link Jasmine up with Dryas and Twin, and then you can banish Twin to banish Thrasher and summon another Dryas, and you save enough Dryas. To trigger another gear. Now, you could just summon Budan right away, but basically getting Petal first is better because Petal gonna be in graveyard and you can just get it back during upon this expenses. So it's pretty nice to have Petal in graveyard anyway. Extra step, but kinda warn it. We just collect inbought pieces, like always. If you got different bodies, you could just get some roll creep on the field, or you can, instead of searching or snowdrop, you can just set climate trap snowdrop instead. You will not have seed, but you have roll creep, so it's but it's kind of depends on player. For clan plus clan bodies, Venus, if you can each one hard to graveyard, you can just drop it and special summon itself and this is a petal with this card and will be reborn for and if Ashes is kinda good. Now we just go into standard. So high combo, breach into silent alone engine. Yellow Surge, Wing. Now we can summon healer on different monster zone as well as target Dryas. Man so high gear or zone arrow. Over here, if you had met any other pan bodies, you could have grabbed cold fire instead and then just grab it out. from over there. Around here. Just grab balloon fire if you don't have raw food in your backyard. And collect and bought pieces as always. For one card low pie with winning head. This one either depends on how each player combo. This is what I would go for. There's probably another way that people will approach to it. Mila, so we can trigger extra heal. So 50 card or 60 card, the last wouldn't be as important as this. Do another healer. If we shuffle twin back by middle, we can save one of Doom effect to reborn, which provide us that extra body at the end. I just collect in bot pieces. That will be clear around hand tap for 40 card. If honorary die plus to win is Ash. Get Ash on Soling. Well, someone to win and then just proceed to do the comp. This one, you don't have to link extra dryas, but if you link extra dryas, you could trigger win early. So you banish twin and then resummon another dryas at deal. And just shuffle back twin if you play trap. If you don't play trap, you don't actually have to do this. But Rikka happen. Over here, if you play, you will search only beetle and trap. Instead of blue. So basically, point of 40 card is to Milaf and then try for healer to trigger Jasmine. This will be main line of loop for 40 card. But if it's 50 or 60, it will be kinda different approach to trigger searches. It's quite simple if you can see this point and find a play to trigger these two. Now we just collect in bot pieces. Some people don't agree with making Sylvan. I cut the base Sylvan a lot. But some people can summon Snow Drop to target. Use as a next level 4 instead. Even this depends on people. and this will be the end bar. Now I will see it against shifter. I write wrong, I'll change it. After this, games shifter, you basically gonna try in as soon as possible. With con sheet pass is pretty much one of the most the thing that you can buy and get access to those with as well. So it's quite a good way to end the part. Now will be I and if you see it against Ash, it be right on the rough side. Ash or Zoe. The soldier can be below high, which means we can trigger Riot and kill a target, or just win you. It's quite simple to grab an import like that. Now will be 50 hard combo, which will be what I the best at or what I create the most. First will be one card full combo. So the difference between one card full combo at 1.5 full combo, a call amount and in 1.5, basically line is almost the same until the point that you leave skeleton out of it. For 50 heart, you run aroma. First searches, since you don't run beyond over here, you search resets. And blown fire. And you will see it. Over here is if it 1.5. I will, instead of link into the folder, it will be dustbin on the other one. This one is try to maximize the use of each body. We summon one Jasmine. This card resets like this, which means break and negate one of your opponent's hand trap. Rikka heal, Surge, and then summon Rosarita to make a bodies into Siwan. House, the extra deck. A link. Over here is kinda bad because it's open up to Liberal. What could do better is you link to one on this side instead and then make when I using Petal. Here you search using everything right now. Collect the end-bot pieces. we achieve from 40 cards basically one reaction from your opponent effect on our inboard. That running Magnolia and block memory helps a lot later disruption or going second. This means 1.5 basically is the same until that point that leading into skeleton soldier. We go into Rosemary first. Now everything is the same until over here. Over here, F in one card combo, link into skeleton reset the body, but blink into casting like this. Basically, you will use heal to trigger earlier. And if something happens that you have to change your playstyle, you can just link anything with skeleton, soldier, bring back no fire. So this line is slightly safer. So what I would say is do 1.5 combo if you have a discard. If you don't have a discard, do 1 card combo. That however, 1.5 is slightly better. It's like a little bit better. It's not really a big of a deal. You're gonna only do 1 card combo. You just collect and bought pieces as always. Build someone. Everything is basically the same. Just the way you get there is slightly safer. As 1.5 with a higher life point. Higher life point that means you cannot trigger in between here. So the line will change a little bit. Sometimes your opponent is gonna be hurt when you start your turn. Everything is pretty much the same until that point. We recycle killer to trigger with Milas instead. That's pretty hard. I think it cannot trigger. Over here, now just link into Milas. I'll get heal someone. Awaken the bodies. And we just collect and bought pieces after we search everything we need already. Basically, what's important on the search is no drop Wunan, Princess in Graveyard, and we just collect everything as always. Then full humble as always. Now 1.5 raw with 1 extra body. you don't have extra bodies, the import just gonna be gambling or no? Angle answer. Or to be fair, you could just do the normal on hard low high combo. But if you do that, your life point can be lower. This will be the way to get life fight. Every time I only do this if my opponent doesn't have any instruction, which will likely be board breaker build. And if you know it's board breaker, having Magnolia on the field is very good. It's changed a lot. We don't have to scared of like Apple or Rikka. Banish back row to bigger build 1000. That bad. Girl. You. Now, all I find is 4-8 out. I'm maintaining the full combo. The extra body is basically will be used to shuffle back after banish. I will see it. Now, everything is another same. Basically, the difference is over here. Someone use it, and then we manage the extra body, and someone so we have extra body to bring out it too. And then extra body will be extra body to set over here. Our rebuild issue 1000. Yeah. Addition kill. Now for 1.5 USC combo. If you do as usual, but over here instead of summoning Jasmine or Peter skeleton effect, I go into Rosemary early because if your opponent got Infirm over here, I could just bounce Rosemary back, summon another body. If I got Extender, I go full combo. But if I use skeleton effect to summon and then bring into Jasmine, an opponent negate my Jasmine. Basically, I go negative bodies and even skeleton reborn. I wouldn't be able to do much. So better just going to like this is pretty much effort. And we trigger Jasmine Q at Jasmine Tribute with one antibody. This one will be a full use of the card. Now back to alot engine, bridge into Aroma first. And the input is pretty much the same. Now this one is, if you see the clan law, basically we will go into fire. I think Beetle is basically doesn't do anything, but we cannot summon him back. We have trigger, heal, and tribute, put in one body, so we get non-use order. Impression to Sunwell engine. And just continue the combo as usual. Oh yeah, we be a big a bit. Instead of linking faster, in theory use of our loci, we used twin tough Brias first and then trigger into Bellish and someone another Brias. And we just collect in bot pieces. Hit pedal first as always, because pedal with Griffith is nice. Now will be a greedy fumble to get all the input pieces, just like both did by going into Jasmine early. I really recommend this combo because if they can stop us, it will be a big problem. Since we got extra body, let's go into control this. Figure another Jasmine like that. Then go to Fuel to manipulate the level. As the way to collect input pieces, toss trigger and plus fortress. Now just in our normal board. And here for 1.5 was reader card in on Bangalancer. I want someone and lead to just immediately search experiences for tribute target and open up access to it on our engine. คนโบราณ and be going through was perished. She can only produce one extra bodies. When we go into it anyway, something in the first field. Search for real bat or extra body to if we don't search for real bat we can grab long fire from pressure is head and then long was it, which depends on their here. Now will be an on roll sweep. Actually, the difference is what we add. Press collect and bought pieces, and here is the defense. And finished. The line with the speed and there are what depends on what you're facing. And the 155 blend basically kinda like Rosarina. Basically hold still until when you to trigger another just win or trigger snare to someone. And collect and bought pieces as always. Now will be for 1.5 card total. Basically, we go into con first and then plan meant to build, then do normal receipt fish little combo. After that, bridge back into another engine. Collect and bot pieces as always. And this will be what we achieve, basically full humble. Just without sheet at the end. Now this one is level for lower as sewing. This will be the main combination of what we have seen a lot. Jasmine trigger alongside with aroma. And sometimes you play the refraction, you're gonna end up looking like this. Going second, you might wanna change this type of arena and you wanna do something else. And collect inboard pieces as always. Hurry sheet is quite important. Some people tend to go and full humble instead of sheet, which is possible, but it's another thing. Is you basically save purchase or something else that not Rikka hard. But again, sheet is quite important for me. Have plan plus any turn. It's quite different for 40 card combo because you cannot figure Rosemary. But over here we discard with Princess instead of extra card in the hand. You should basically play around if you know. That's why plan is like so important. This is what they through hand trap a lot. sometimes you could just get Hunan on G pass quite early without committing rush into Maxi. As you can see, I have been doing this a lot. Someone will ask, get lock high on the zone, or still want to manipulate the level. As always, if you don't use roll sweep as a starter, you could just grab on fire instead. The combo is basically the same. And client bot pieces as always. So what their bot look like. Now for sewing big Canva princess no normal summon. PM normal summon. Basically build the scrap pedal, normal summon pedal, and then touch princess, lead crescent, Rias, and then use sewing. Playing bot pieces. Lastly, climb into bank the lancer and now get Beto or normal someone. The G-Friend is basically almost the same. Now for play around head prep. 1.5 loci and confirm on Jasmine searches. Now collect the zone for duet. The refill is pretty the same, except what you lose is one body and searches. You can try to get extra body back a physical guy and you got like a bunch of physical bodies. And we end on full bar. And for this one, going into if you see it right here, change what? Adding another thing because we can provide the extra body. Now, include on Jasmine Tribute, change way more because technically we cannot tribute and open up to another engine. We only have what we searched. Over here, if you something you don't have to press manually, but that's what I assume. I didn't get everything. Figure like you search. Level 1.5 looks like a scam. Yes, action fully. Basically, just preview dry out the way and converting to visit this card title line. So basically, we just full combo without access to standalone engines. And for now, die plus with it, yes, only in it. So this early nip is like nip before we even get access to using healer. So we don't lose healer for another Dryas. Since we didn't get nip after link, we is still able to have healer and we can use healer over here. Most of the people will basically nip us before we even get out of on our online anyway, which is not correct. Because some people just rebuild and click to settle the cheapest right away. Basically, since it is a body, we can just use Canva to build up an end nip for extra body. And now will be nip after we use filler. Now for this, we have to go another line because we cannot use repairing work. So this combo doesn't have to be die class. If you see it, it could be just someone loci, and if you have another plan body, you just use EVC to teach it to special someone itself. As I said, if one builds someone a lot, that we use Magnolia and just in under it. can tribute upon a Nibiru. Yes, it's a body. For this one, Osurita plus die against Nibiru. Basically, you'll be nipped on layered. Like the spot that people normally nip, which is when we trigger healer. Over here, more summon. So right now, basically, we can tribute Nibiru token because but summon on our side. And we just keep going. That's why I said expand our engine is most of the time just a bit. Because with any other part, we can just go full combo without even using Saravalon as that pieces. If we already use Jasmine for extra deck, we need to link it to something so we can banish and then reborn using Jasmine. You don't actually have to like pay the lifeline to banish your opponent. Nibiru. It depends on player. And here, like in bot as usual. For Petal and die plus nip, you don't actually have to do this the correct way. If you open Petal plus die, it's this one. You always do another way. This one is kinda raw. You will not afford Petal for this long. Probably just die and you never saw a Petal search pieces. From this, it could happen, but you can't avoid getting nip if you open diet Petal. Oh, you don't actually need it. Just new normal lines. This our life is higher over here. Or being trigger in between, we can trigger some Magnolia. You should end your board like this on his turn. Either search another Rosavina who will trigger heal and hit my life fire to play around bot baker. It will be a proper way to play if you got Petal plus Iowa. This will be what most of the time we do. Someone, I'm gonna keep and leave for later just to showcase. I'm not even gonna use this petal or princess. If you got bossy, use princess early, you discard another card in your hand. This one is quite important. This combo is like very important. We do more every single time you open 9 petal. And the way you know what combo would be not passing this petal. Now let's say in EPI, you reveal it. Basically, it could be at any point of the combo. Should I wish? If they have a nip, you discard with that. Because you're searching pieces back later on anyway. Over here. And if you didn't use pedal to the real way, you make the rat over here. Lead the target into level 4 and defeat right away. Place a body so you don't actually need a special summon. And now we just go into a normal 8 board. Yeah, and with everything, plus 1 free milestone you get. Free your turn. Now will be 60 card combo, which will be the longest. Now for 1 card, low high. Or you could just do 1.5 and beat gloom. Basically the difference is you send glow instead of this card. You send by getting really earlier. Now just go into normal channel online. Bring into juggling. The difference is basically first surge. Instead of going into Lulu, we gotta go into princess instead. Like instead of this, we just grab princess. And we bring our access to bonfire. Hello fire to prepare. We should summon EV Thief so we can attack bonfire later. Punish Duel and Duel. We hear the difference is we gonna trigger Detail early. Then going into Jasmine first. Now we trigger it early. And we got Lily on the field to get out the Young King to discard. Send blue away. If you have another card in the hand, you have send blue. Grab Colosseum, Touch King. Now just do as usual. Go into Wolfberry. Search. Land. Over here you could use Soldier or like this is better. But just win. And we discard King. Trigger. Rosarina. Rikka heal, summon. The reason that I send skeleton to graveyard first is that I can bounce rosemary back and recycle. Over here, let's search for zero drops so we can summon back what we need. And L'Oreal, now recycle. And for this Jasmine, since we already triggered the heal effect and we don't have any more Jasmine, we want to send it to graveyard and use twin effect to resummon it back and trigger another heal. What I'm gonna do over here, go into C1 manipulate the level. Before that, use twin effect to banish C1, feature summon Jasmine again to trigger heal. Grab Lily back. Now we can search a card. Do search for Petal because we don't have Petal in graveyard yet. But our communicate. And over here is basically extra body if you need it. You don't actually need to summon back. You will see it because it's a waste of the space. You want the space for sheep. It's just to showcase that you have a leftover space. Leftover body. Is it potassium? That sheet. Using midrange, as I said, we don't actually need to trigger for extra body. So this will be the end vibe. If you use this card, you got boom back. So I think this one is the best in board because you play around super poly. But if you have another card in your hand and you want to do 1.5, you discard that and left room on the field. First, I will start with the one card combo, which is other and another 1.5 combo that I have covered in the previous night. Because you basically play around super poly. And over here, if you want to save bloom and make it 1.5, instead of sending it linearly, use a card in your head. And yeah, so this is the combo. Now this one is another 1.5 low high combo, which you briefly indicated earlier. You only want to do this when your opponent hand is like blinking red, that you know that they're having hand trap or something. This one is the wheel from the last guide. The improved one is the previous video. So yeah. Okay, and then blink trias. Then use And while sewing, summon twin. Always use twin at lowest chain and chain block with dry ass so your opponent cannot negate your twin. Summon treasure off your dry ass and link both into Jasmine. And then link twin for dry ass before link healer, then healer on someone target dry ass heal. And Jasmine search Lily and Lily equip anything. Then send the heart that Lily equipped to graveyard and search few spell. Now use few spell first to search king and use Jasmine effect tribute healer summon lone fire because you don't want to get hand mock right now and you want lone fire in your graveyard. Then link summon Jasmine with Lily to make Rosemary and Rosemary search the spell. After that, use blend to discard any card from your hand and put him midrange. Now, before you do anything else, you're going to set your negate by summon king from your hand equip Lily. This card will protect your play. For to activate your midrange, use Lord Fire tribute itself, summon Evil Seed. Then Evil Seed search Beetle and Bloom. But if you have a card that you don't want in hand and you want to discard and draw a new card, search Bloom and Butterfly and then banish Butterfly. Then use Bloom to summon Beetle from your banished pipe, or if you go to Butterfly line, just search Beetle and discard one card, then Beetle can shuffle Butterfly as special summon. So that link summon Evil Seed with dry ass into other Jasmine. Midrange effect by 1000 life point, search Rosarina. Now your life point is higher, use effect of heal midrange heal 500 and then if you trigger effect of Jasmine with Rosemary, you can special summon Rosarina from your hand and search one card. You're going to search neither Snowdrop, Mudan or Princess. And then effect of Rosarina on the field, summon Royal from the deck. Now link summon Beetle with Jasmine for Skeleton Soldier. Beetle effect, special summon Lone Fire back from your graveyard. Use effect of Twin in graveyard, banish Skeleton Soldier and then resummon Jasmine from your graveyard. And then link summon Rosemary with Royal for the healing graveyard into Bank Lancer. Now Jasmine search missing piece. At this point you should have at least princess in your hand. You could search for something like Muda or Triadol. And then effect of Lone Fire to be yourself summon Petal. Then Petal search your last card of Rikka. And then use effect of Princess to special summon and link Princess and Bank Lancer into Dancer, so you have level 4 in the graveyard. You don't have to activate first effect of Dancer unless you go second or you really need card. Then effect number 2 of Dancer target Princess, make Serena and Petal into level 4. Serena effect detach petal and search any card you want from graveyard to your hand. If you play Roll Sweep version, I recommend Cool Up Lone Fire, but if you play normal version, you can search any card you want. Now, if you play Roll Sweep version, the combo will be different. I posted video in the channel earlier, but this one you use effect of Snowdrop, Tribute, Strena, and Summon Mudan. You always chain block Mudan with Strena so your opponent cannot add your search. And then Mudan add Con up to your hand. After creating beats is on the field and you search Con, you can activate Con, send 3 on-field spell to graveyard and chain 3 beasts, and 3 beasts can equip the field spell. Now your 3 beasts have spell and monster negate. You can use Con to set cheat later. After this, just collect the piece on the field. Use Snowdrop, self-target, make Mudai to level 8. See, summon both of them into Snowdrop and then revive Bank Lancer from graveyard by banish Jasmine or whatever in graveyard that you don't want. And after that, you can use Aroma Blend to banish 1 Aroma Heart in graveyard and Dancer to make Magnolia. 10 board, you have Jasmine. Search any plant to your hand during opponent turn. You have Magnolia to boost attack and protect your heart from card like Raigeki or Dark Hope. Con, you can tribute opponent card for horse. Cheat, you can target 1 card and that monster can activate effect. And if you tribute, you can take control of that monster. You have Bank Lancer to bounce monster back. You have Princess in graveyard, tribute and negate monster effect. You have King for Omni negate. You have 3 beasts for spell or monster negate. And you have Teardrop to tribute opponent monster. You have Unit Bin for search. Rosarina for buff attack with Magnolia. You have Broom for follow up, and you have Petal with graveyard. Now for Strena. Basically, in this environment, Strena is very bad and I don't recommend saying it. But the goal of Strena is play around Droplet and follow up. Now here just going to normal line. Everything is the same. Heal around here. Now you will search Princess and then you will use Snowdrop to manipulate the level of both. It's very important right here. You will want to exit Royal with Princess. Because you want both of them in graveyard. One Princess fun again they turn and you want to trigger Royal heal. Make sure you don't mess up over here, it's like very important. And now we just collect these for our end part. Basically, over here, you can add back snowdrop on the next turn to your hand and then play Voila. Now for one card full combo with 2 Serena. One is basically an ally to Dental Head. It was kinda outdated compared to another one. Basically, what this one do is just now for 1.5 on Strena small board. Basically, do Sana will unfootball as usual. With here to set policy. Basically, you gonna end on Serena instead of 3 bees and teardrop, and you have Jasmine for follow-up. It Beyond King over here, funny kid. Usually, people don't do small board, and I don't really recommend them. However, if I'm just clear around drop it, as Serena is over here. Sometimes it might happen, and when you know opponent play bar bigger. Now for 1.5 to Serena. This one uses so many resources, and I don't recommend summoning another trainer over here. This is just to show how much you can do with the inboard of two trainer. So by having another trainer, better just recycle Snowdrop back and then keep trainer on for deck so you can just summon back during opponent turn. Basically, if you skip that over here when you manipulate the level, instead of using Rosarina, you use Snowdrop. And over here, when you add back, you just add Snowdrop back to hand. Number 155, 1 3 full combo with Cross Sweep. We can do this because when we do Sanavalon combo start off with Shidokai, we will have one extra body at the end. Which means it allows us to get it to Raw Sweep. However, I still don't recommend playing Raw Sweep with Rian because it's overkill and Raw Sweep doesn't break. Even Raw Sweep having a good combo with Rian King that negate opponent's spell and then they don't have spell to use anymore. You still break and use so many resources to do it. If they interrupt at any point, we will not get Raw Sweep on the field, but sometimes if you got interrupt, you can still go full board with a Raw Sweep, so I don't see a point of running Raw Sweep in Duel. Kinda like Q war, like win last side. If you don't run Raw Sweep over here, just shuffle back Osberry. And also if you play Raw Sweep, basically every zone will be full and you do one free zone to use cheat to steal opponent card as a flash interaction. Number 1552 straight now combo. Over here, you do want to succeed using Petal and Princess because you want both of them in the graveyard. So if you play double Freya, To make the first banner, I recommend just make it hard that you want to send it to the graveyard. And just mean for battle protection that you don't actually have to go all the way over here. This one, you have a showcase. If you are actually playing the game and want to end the board, just use the one as a material for Magnolia. One card, if you see it with one center, it's on tiered up, king in the hand. So there's another way to eat without Radiant, which I have shown in 50 card combo. For 1.5, you see it, it's on Frena. Sorry for the bad quality. If you want to watch it in a good quality, you can just check their links in description because it's Canva and my internet is not really that good, so sometimes just quality that bad. It's basically do the same as another fumble, but you got one extra body, which will be leftover adjustment in this case. basically the difference is unfortunately where this one is just search another card. When you're on a bidding situation anyways, I recommend if you have a bad card in your hand that you want to defer, just discard it and do one by size card combo because it's safer. You got extra body in case your opponent interrupt you. Now for one by size, you receive the two spinner. Now over here, this combo can be improved by summoning Bank Balancer later. Our two hard Strela is basically dead, and I'm not really a two Serena player, so I didn't improve this combo. But this combo can 100% be improved. Therefore, one farm alternative Rikka combo. This one basically just end with normal combo with Jasmine on the field and don't have king in the hand. So if you're shy, which combo would you do? For two card you will see it with Snowdrop Petal, Clam, or Lini, one friend. Now here you can then eat Jasmine if you want extra body or just link it. Like link by the Lancer later. This one is just showcase, as I say, to push how far the end bar could be. How far to hide, you will feed with Snowdrop Petal, Clam, Lini, or I choose soda. For the end bar, it's basically full bar. And now for one card boom with this card, I don't recommend saying boom as a starter because You have to run modify and you need a describe your ad, which will basically go negative. For starters, if you want to start it better, but connect load. For the fact that they can use normal summer, just make it not worth it. Unless you want to play like full engine for the fun. Reviewing Anglancer is such a waste. And it's also another reason to not play to Serena as well. Because running through Serena and decent bot is such a weird effort. Just play around properly. At the amount of resources that you have wasted is just not worth it anymore. Now for room class to hard discard to Serena. Basically a full board. And now for room class to discard one Serena, it should be way better in bot for plan because I just don't recommend truth right now. Particularly for Doom, just like one card, like the Rikka. And for board, it has me in bit over here. You can just use it as fusion material. So you have a plus S for sheet to steal opponent card. Now for 2 by 5 EBC plus another Rikka. One is Serena. Basically, by doing this, you achieve same as doing one card lokai combo. By equipping seeing you avoid plan lock. Now here for one card, Rosalina, small combo. If it 50 card, we gonna search into pieces first. But for 60, going into Lily isn't a bad idea. Now for normal Rosalina combo, pretty much just every single line. You basically just make strainer with C1 and then after just collect in board pieces as always and everything is kind of the same if you get into this part. This one is just kind of like a showcase. To be fair, you just link Jasmine into Bank Lancer with C1 so you don't waste the revives. This one is like such a waste. It's just to show how far can you go that you have Jasmine on the field. Real one, you just link into back, no Jasmine. Over here, Pongwak by 5 from combo. Basically, it's the same, just with king in your hand. Over here, as always, you don't actually have to go into Mila. Usually, Jasmine with Duel into Bank Lancer and then exceeds. It's just to show like nature of the combo as I always say in this guide. And here for 2.5 for Serena, we still drop Princess, Timoha or Dilly. Now for two strainer. And over here for blend with this card. Over here as always, don't do this. Just link into bank balancer using admin, so you don't have to commit into tribute and bank balancer. I use it device and you don't have to use enough. Now for 1.5 petal, my friend full combo. Basically, start doing combo with petal, you gonna lose access to Rikka shit. Aside from that, it's a full combo. And here for combo with two straight and over here you don't actually go into Jasmine. But sometimes going to Jasmine over here is good because it's like a battle protection. So if you don't want to use Mira's device, you just link here over here, which will be most likely what I will do. Shuffle one card roll. Basically, you want to heal back to 1,000 up. Now you want to use Jasmine effect to tribute and gain 1,000 life points. Shuffle it back. Summon for bodies. Now basically you search all three imported cards. You banish few spell. For the last, you want to use Rosarina to trigger heal, and then you search Jimmy or Creeping King as the Omnity Jet at the end board. And now how you play around and fast. One card low high and curve on Jasmine's Elish. Since no Normally, when you do normal low high combo, you have one extra body to do all the way to the end bar anyways. So you basically left with almost everything. And here for 1.5, against paper on Jasmine searches, which means we don't have to send away our back row anymore, and we can play around it efficiently. And also you have access to king earlier. Come back, get load fire back. If you're over here, keep in mind, because you use king effect, you cannot use skeleton bounce or skeleton reborn. This is over here also a choice to make into bank balancer by linking Magnolia with Jasmine into Pilas and then Ibon low high and go into bank balancer. Now for confirm on Jasmine tribute. Basically, is the infirm on the tribute is kind of weird. You get to search a card first, which is kind of nice. And just because of that, you can just go straight into Rosemary. Here, you got basically body level wear. And here for the 5 plus Lily play around Ash also it. Basically, because Jasmine can tribute any card, not just land, which means we can just tribute King and then continue the couple afterward. And here for 5 plus Lily, Ash also in with 1 spinner. That I rejecting. Each for these 2 combo. This combo is basically way better on the inboard because you didn't use revise and you didn't waste Magnolia. For this one, because you have follow, but it doesn't work it as another combo. Now follow high plus Lily and Astral Sowing with 2 spinner. To be fair, you can just left Magnolia and just link it using Jasmine. Now for Lokai plus one is actual sewing. And now for Too Humble. Now follow high plus gems is actual sewing. Mid to strainer. and cheerful and hard low high against draw is applied for basically 40 card, 50 card, 60 card. Over here, you have to gamble and fold bet your seed one. If you don't get any, you link into the last and then anchor pass. Or you could just flip Kettle on the field for Princess Miget. Now for drawing trick. One card low high mid to win that follow up. And now for medium on both sides. You don't actually have to tribute Strena away. You could just enrich Strena path the round droplet, which is what I would do most of the time when I do this combo. And now this one is a full combo. you can distribute jasmine out so you don't have to use Bangladesh rewind. And for a hello hi, mastering to humble with true trader. Now over here for one card low-high as bonfire. Bonfire isn't very great at much, but some people struggle playing with it. Just because you have to change a line a little bit. Basically, just a full combo. You don't have to distribute off your organizer. As always, prefer just to full show full combo that you can leave. Jasmine on the field, which you shouldn't leave it. Now for two spin ally. Banishing the skeleton soldier over here is that good. So follow up. So I recommend to trigger seal and effect first and then trigger win to banish Duel and you will have data left in your graveyard. You over here. Now for one shot low high with neon fire combo to Senna, but let on Vindicate. And now for one card, Lost Arena with Lone Fire in your hand. Now for Heroes Arena with Low Fire, but is with two Musone instead. Now with 1.5. Rosarina with twin plus trainer. Now this one is one color 5 plus read and on full bar. Now for 130 line or line to go into little damage. This one is one low high combo with pressure. So basically Milas allow pressure to attack up to the number of gas on the field. This line comes up sometimes. I would say like every 100 duel you're gonna use it. It's just quite useful if it comes up. It's the shortest line to do it under shifter as well if you manage to bring another body. Because you cannot rebound low high. And now for 2 card, triple attack. Over here, if you're under shifter, you can use princess over here and then links. healer and twin into glass, and they just do a usual combo, but you already have double attack. It's enough for little empty bar if you has to. Now this one is for triple attack. Now this one for aroma OTK. Basically, is the most used line. I kind of want. So you go into setup like that. Summon bunch of bodies and try to get heal somehow. For this one, use Gaia's Crash. Destroy Neurogenic Forest. Here. Then go for this. Basically, is the way to out bunch of tower. And yeah, that's it. So let's move on to the replay from this season. the video is over here. Thank you so much for watching and thank you for supporting this channel. At the start, I started posting about Rikka to teach people how to play it. Which over here, I pretty much been posting blank clam on every season ever since the support releases. And now I'm getting bored of this game and I don't think I will have free time to keep playing it. This will probably be the last season that I post this unless I really want to play this game again. Because from now I look at the future card, I feel like the game is so boring now. I start feel like I don't want to play this game anymore. Ever since 10x format is over, I feel like Snake Eye format is fine at the start and then after that everything is just the same. Even Malice. When Malice and Ryseals come out, I don't even feel excited about this game or new card anymore. I didn't even excited to read those cards that much, that's why I use my interruption rate poorly. Also, everything is so boring now. Basically, you just draw it out or you lose. And when I look into the future, Yummy is also gonna be boring and the new archetype that flip face up feel like it just lose appeal of this game. I think it's been like this for a while now, but before you still have a chance to play it with your engine, but now just like 100% handcraft. You see what to do with this channel. If I play some game or have time to play, I probably gonna pause it. But again, I will take a long break from Yu-Gi-Oh! Or maybe I might just quit this game. We'll see. Anyways, I hope this guide really help you out and everything I know. My English may be bad and I'm sorry about that. If you don't understand my English, just look for the slide description. At the end of the day, YouTube is just my hobby. I didn't really get paid for doing this much. Also, I will probably gonna be busy until mid of next year, until summer of next year. If I have free time, probably during in couple of months or in couple of days, I might just look back in all my replay and then I might just combine the highlight one together. Also, another thing is my Discord got banned, false ban. Basically, I ping bot and just think I'm doing something weird, I guess. So I have to change the account. Anyone that want to message me can find me through my server. I'm not even sure if I got IP bad or anything. So I probably, if I make me wanna be around, I probably gonna be inactive in all Yu-Gi-Oh server now because as I said before, I don't really wanna play this game anymore. So if you really need me, just feel free to contact me. I really appreciate everyone that watched until the end of this video because I spent like hundreds of hours writing this and I really appreciate everyone that follow my replay. Thank you everyone for supporting me playing plan for this long. I really appreciate it. I have so much fun reading comments and interact with you guys. Bye bye.